Check, 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 check. 3 minutes to spare. 3 minutes to spare, although the bathroom is calling my name. So we'll wait though to see how this 7 a.m. boost will look. We're probably gonna get something with breaking news. Remember they There we go. Day trading is risky. You know what? I think I started up OBS before I connected my mic, so that's where I have this bit of a problem there. We got 2 minutes to 7 a.m. 2 minutes. Check, check. Yeah, OUST, I did notice. It's up there, $20. But waiting for something else. I mean, if that one takes off, maybe over 2080, could be worth it. I'll use just 80 shares though on that particular stock. Today, we don't want to let anything go against us. We don't want to let anything, go up where we're unrealized and not take the profits. I think sometimes holding for the bigger picture could make a lot of sense, but you gotta always remember that trailing stop. Oh, this stupid thing. Did it reject my... Okay. Man. I'm not even getting filled. Probably have to leave that one alone. OUST. Alright, okay. 7 a.m. Coming up. Coming up. Triad, what's up, man? Early start for the boys. Early start. INEO. Looks like this one already had a push. By the way, if you're tuning in on YouTube early, hit that thumbs up. Just looking, waiting for something. No, no, I use it in pre-market as well. I just haven't turned it on. HSDT. I just haven't turned it on yet. That's pretty much what it is. HSDT. I'm jumping in, throwing a stop in place. Jumping in like a madman. The highs are 30. Watching the first pullback. We got a high of 36. 600 shares is actually my biggest hotkey still. I could change that and ramp it up. We got 47 for highs. Missing a dip, perhaps. I think I'll try with smaller size here, but I might have missed it. Might have missed that entry. So far, VWAP is holding up. Some selling early. Can we get through? All right, I need to be taking these same trades with 10,000 size. If I had 3,000 shares there, I'd be up like 800 already. The dips are working out on this one here for now. We might see a new high, perhaps. Will we see a new high of day? We got 47 for highs. I'd like to see a higher low. I don't want to back down at like 12 again. If we can see a higher low, that'll be pretty good. Might be a little bit more tricky to capture. So slightly smaller size again. $37, kind of high. Kind of high. Yeah, okay, I'll take it. I'll take it again. We didn't really linger there much. Let's see if it gets over 50 this time. Tight stops. Okay, okay. A little slow to get out right there. Why is this on the daily? There we go. Boom. What was that low? 23. Hmm. Is it finished? Is it on the backside? I don't want to give back anymore. I already gave back $30 right there. It's still holding up though. BMR. Haven't heard about that one in a while. BMR. The last time this stock made a move, I made like 20,000. That was like last February though. That was a while ago. BMR. So we held up the low of 23, which is not bad, but I would like to see a new high here over the next few minutes. We're consolidating. It seems like it's still holding the VWAP. There's the 1 minute candle to make the new high. I've sized down here. Can we see back over 50? A bit of a false breakout. Come on. We look good. Oh, come on. A micro, or is it a false breakout? Candle closed above 50. We had a low of 41 right there, 42. See, it can get a little choppy, right? It can get a little choppy. BMR is pushing up. That's better. Okay. Watching. There's a seller. Massive one. Oh, it's gonna break back over. All right. That was 60, almost 60,000 shares. So I'm out a little early because of that. Not great. Gonna miss the extra 7 cents there. That seller got bought up like hot knife going through butter. And the stock is a little cheaper. It's good to see that type of volume. So there's a new high of 73. Another 50,000 seller, 72. Still seems like front side. But will we see pullbacks here? Will we see more pullbacks? Oh man, over 85. It might just keep going. Chasing it like a madman here. Can we see break of 2? 96, 97. Bro, if a stock moves like this in the open, right? I mean, I need to use more size here for sure. But man, Like it's just such a smooth linear move. Or- This happens during the open. I'm up 2 grand right now for yeah, guaranteed. Just so smooth. You know, the pullback's holding up. No massive flush out. I gotta put more size. I'll size down here for this dip. We are a little extended. Stock could keep going, but just want to be careful at the first pullback here. 90. There's a little bit of buying there. Yep. Okay. Man. Having some trouble over 203. It's a bit of a double top right there. So will we see more of a pullback? Or can we hold a double bottom as well? In this tighter 1 minute pullback. I'll duplicate my hotkey here and just, put a little bit more size. This candle has less than a minute. I want to be careful of backside. Any signs of weakness, and I want to stay clear. This could be backside here. We need more buying if it's going to hold here. More. 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 It's a little late. Will we see that follow through? Tight stop. I'll get back in. If you're tuning in on YouTube, be sure to hit the thumbs up. Bro, this type of stock I need to be in. Although I don't know how that'll be with Thinkorswim, but I mean, we should be good. I just have to cancel the orders if I don't get filled. But I need to be in like 7,000, 8,000 size, to like. If I trade this with that type of size, my day could be done here. I don't need to keep going. Okay, that's backside, which means it's time for the bathroom. The bathroom is calling my name. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back in a flash. Well, actually, hold up, hold up. The 1 minute candle is making a new high. Small size trade here, chasing a little bit of chasing. Ay, ay, ay. Do not blaze me here, chasing this high. Come on. Well, this is what happens when you're late to the move. It looks like it might still have some fight. Smaller size, back to smaller size. How many people do we have? My Discord account is working again, which is good news, by the way. Kind of had some issues over the weekend doing a little too much. Trying to do some back end work and like my account got fried. Now it's back online. Yeah, I am using DAS. I do have Thinkorswim hotkeys though, but that's the way to go for pre-market. The stock might still have more, but I think maybe I'll leave it here. Probably small size the way to go to protect any sort of gains, or even if you haven't capitalized, to just keep it tight. That could be it. Twin is in the building. All right, I gotta stop trading like a little, softy, and use some more size here. So let me go into my hotkeys here. Probably for the next stock that's cheaper, we can maybe size up a little more. And I didn't chase it there, and it's gonna go. Could have bought two. The highs are at 16. I think I'll aim for the high if they break out. Can't afford to chop though. Watching for the volume spike. Yeah, it's not quite. So it's we're seeing more chop here compared to before. We didn't see none of this. Like it just kept going. Yeah, okay, I'll be back. I'll ease off. I'll be back. Maybe it goes, maybe not, but I'll ease off. I'll be back. Bathroom break. Backside sure is brutal. VTAK. We got a penny. Nice consolidation. Nice breakout here. Price 65. Man. $77.5 for the high. Ay, ay, ay. Not good. 70, perhaps the low nut candle there. These are pure limit orders, by the way, through Thinkorswim. HSDT also looks like it hit the scans earlier. Or is that the one we traded? Never mind, that's the one we traded. Let's pull up the chart here. Yeah, on a stock like HSDT, I gotta use like 3,000 shares to like see meaningful gains. Gotta pay more attention to the time. How this candle's gonna close here. Probably could have been a little bit more aggressive towards getting back in. New candle, 15 seconds. 15 seconds. We've had 5 consecutive green candles on the 5. Will we see one more? With the other stock, I'm here early, so it's easy to tell when we are starting to see that resistance to say, hey, I'll ease off. This one, you know, BMR. BMR coming back from the depths. Watching pullbacks. Pretty bad fill. A little slow to buy there, but let's see. We got 50, 57 for the high of this range here. Watching the pullback. I'm going to pull it up on the screen here when I can. Right now we're seeing 35, 34, 435, 434.
RGTX.
Then I missed an entry there. I'm going to try it again with another stop down here and look to recycle if it doesn't hold. A bit of a double top so far right there. $45, the low of our current candle. I probably missed that entry. I gotta stop doing that. Gotta stop doing that. Taking time to adjust the screens here. I mean, we could see a bigger pullback though. The last 5 minute candle was pretty bullish. We could still see a bigger pullback. If you're tuning in on YouTube, if you're tuning in, hit the thumbs up. We had HSDT, nice stock. Right now we're kind of waiting. Maybe VTAK curls back up. We're definitely seeing a bit of a bigger pullback here for BMR.
RGTX. RGTI. RGTX. RGTI.
The new 5 minute candle. It's a couple minutes out. This one definitely could go again. VTAK. Could be backside too, right? Could also be backside. So just waiting. HSDT was nice, man. We'll see if it goes again. It's curling up. It's back over view up. It's a little early to say if it'll go right away. Or, it's hard to say. The volume is still a little light. It definitely becomes a little bit more threatening, let's say, for short sellers. Mid 80s. It looks good. It's on an uptrend. It looks good. Hopefully we get back over two. It's hard to say anything definitively here. And people ask for like call outs and things like that. No one knows what the stocks will do. No one knows. BMR lows at 395 from 460. Pretty brutal. Feel like I need a nap, man. Tell you, pre-market. Pre-market, I tell you. Honestly, everything that I'm seeing here just kind of reminds me of the open. It doesn't seem that much different in the sense that you need to find a really good stock that works well for the strategy, trade that stock ultra aggressively, and then just, if another one comes, great. If not, then maybe that's it. So we ended up holding up that double bottom, 6-6. Trying to dip again. Better. 7-1, 2, 7-1. We've stair stepped up a couple times, but here we're seeing a bit of a longer consolidation. If we can break over 72, get the 5-minute candle perhaps to make the new high. Over 74, perhaps if we can see candles close above that level, we can then retest 77. Nothing else hitting the scans as of yet. HSDT, we're at 75. BMR all the way down at 397. So this is the only one looking good right now. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, to hit that thumbs up. We already got 264 beautiful people tuning in. 7:53 a.m., which means the 8 a.m. spike could happen here. So here we are, 73. Dips. Oh, it's just gonna go. They're just, well, so much for a candlestick closing above. It's kind of high, but I'm chasing it here. Chasing it like a madman. I'll get back in. Hopefully a little lower. Is it failing? Can we hold up? That was a big drop. And see, this is the issue with pre. Oh, come on. See, this is the issue with pre-market and these orders here. I'm getting stuck. Bro, get me out of this depths trade. There we go. I don't know what that was. That's like 3 times that thing's gonna pop up on the screen right there. That's the risk of using Thinkorswim pure hotkeys. By the way, is SF here? SF, are you here? I don't think so. Yesterday I was supposed to get SF to send me his sub $1 hotkeys. Yeah, after the live stream, I started recording some videos and then I had to leave out. So we ripped up through the level aggressively. Ideally, I would want to see candles close above this level here. But because it's so strong to go, I'm taking the first dip in that candlestick. It's just going to go right back down. So it's a good setup, bit of a false breakout. I gotta send SF that message. And you know what? I'm forgetting to record my screen here. I'll go ahead and do that. Scrolling back up. Just trying again. Second time's the charm? Or is this another bluff? I definitely feel like I need some coffee. That's for sure. The cold water not doing the trick. I am a little curious as to what that prompt was trying to tell me. But as you're trying to get out of the trade, there's no time to read the prompt. You're just trying to exit the position, right? I didn't fill the entire thing. I got 296 shares, bro. This can't work. This can't work. See, when I want to be out, I need to be out, right? I gotta put on my hat. The ceiling light here is destroying my eyes. It is destroying my eyeballs. Hitting the bid, hitting the bid, hitting the bid. All right, I think I'll wait for something else. We got 8 a.m. coming up. But this is the importance of using the proper size on HSTT, right? If we're in there a couple thousand shares, we probably would have made like 600, 700. So you take these small losses with this small size, it's like whatever. 8 a.m. coming up, checking out the scans. The low ended up being 70. Here's the tape going crazy for 8 a.m.
BBPR. PHUN.
Do we have anyone releasing a headline?
STET. BSCO. MODV.
STKH. STKH. How are we doing? Not looking like much. HSDT is back at 83, 85. This is where it definitely can start to look a little bit better. Where that move?
CAPT.
I want to see more of a pull away though, over 85 or so, you know? We're kind of having trouble in this area. VTAK, KZIA. KZIA. Highs 980. This one is a little wild. Holy smokes.
OKLO. JOPY.
Taking a dip.
ACHR.
And small win on the dip there. It might be cooked. $8 dip. Oh, the $8 dip would have worked. 70 cents. These are too wild though, man. It's just, the risk is immense. The risk is immense. KZIA. But that's how they start, right? If it's gonna go and do something, that's how they start, right? In at 876 out at 901. Not really worth the risk there. The entry at 8 though would have been nice. Could have been in at 8, out at like 860.
OKLO.
But the risk. So 8 a.m. Not much for 8 a.m. here. VTAK at 71 and HSDT at 173. Yeah, those stocks, I mean, especially if you're using like massive size, if you got like 2,000, 3,000 shares, you could be down 2K quickly. It's almost like a halt resumption at the open, right? It's the only time we'll ever see it be that volatile and that risky. STKH. Trying again. So the highs were at 39. Now we got 310. I'm going to take a starter. Jumping in at 13.
TKH.
Oh, come on, you got to fill me up there. Tried the exit at 30. I'll take the exit at 25. We'll put a little bit more size.
IINN.
94, 85. Bro, fucking hell. Can I get filled, please?
BOIL.
This, bro, you need to, I'll need a faster broker because I'll go mad. I think that's the beautiful thing with a market order is that even if you get a terrible fill, you're getting that fill. I'm in at 85 for STKH, trying to sell at 304. It's like the moment I'm putting out the order, it's moving, and then my software is putting the order where the last price was, and it's already below. So it's like unless it comes back up, the fill is cooked. My hotkeys, I think my hotkeys could be better because I remember the last time around I was trading pre-market. My hotkeys, I think they were different. I had some, I can't remember what it was though. It's so long ago. I think I got to play around with the offsets. KZIA. I'm gonna play around with the offsets and test them out some more. KZIA over 9, 984 for highs.
HSDT.
Small position.
BOIL.
Yeah, small size for me here. Haven't really sized up pre-market. I still think HSDT though was worth the size. That's the only one I would say that was worth the size. Maybe for some people today, VTAK as well. VTAK did good, give a good push. Maybe into the open this one, if it keeps holding up, because we saw so far two penny stocks into the open be exceptionally strong back to back. Even with the offsets, you can have it skip over the orders, or let's just say miss the order. Man, I just, that feeling of just being in and you don't want to be in is the worst thing for me because earlier in my career, like in the first like year, I think I had a hotkey error that was like a nightmare, you know?
HSDT.
But it's all good. Can't live in fear. Instead, we have to live in the world of practicing and creating better hotkeys. That way, we'll be extremely comfortable in the trades.
STKH.
STK. So we're seeing some chop. STKH pushing up. We're seeing a little bit of chop. Not really getting a strong stock here as of yet. HSDT, I'm still keeping an eye on that one. Back down to 280. What I can't, I'm going to be honest, right? What I can't wait for is for the first 2 hours to be consistently hot again. Nice uptrending stocks, sweet moves. It'll be a nice time. So green $80, HSDT, red 130, VTAK. So far pre-market. HSDT though, we had the chance to be up big green if we're to use size with the same trades we took. TR and R. I gotta get into the habit of pulling them up even when they look like nothing, because I guess that's how they start. Highs are at 116. It's up 40%. I'm gonna chase it. I know that sounds a little crazy. It's not really continuing here. Okay, chop me out first. 28, 29, 33. Okay, that would have been a nice move to catch. So we drop 4 cents and then it gives this move. I'm gonna get chopped out there. Okay, too soon. Oh no, come on, man. I'm getting blazed there. I'm gonna try it again down here. Can we see the retest eventually? If not, it might be cooked. Oh, it might be cooked. Alright. There's too much of a dip here. We missed the breakout there. Barely. The 5 minute candle was so aggressive that it actually still has a bit of a body. But we got a big topping wick. Low of 108. See, the small size is not bad here, right? At least allows you to keep it tight. This is what Beamed warned us about, these moves like this. And it looked pretty good too. KZIA back up, but again it's been super choppy. KZIA. KZIA, predictable. Alright, back down. KNW. Alright, might be time to just, take it easy. It's early though, it's 8:15. Maybe time to take it easy. HSDT price all the way down at 160. Oh my god. I'm very interested in seeing what the open looks like today though. I think the drawdown is over. I think it's time, if we see some nice momentum today, the pastor will be ready. That move that I fumbled at the end of yesterday, I need another stock like that to redeem myself here so that I can sleep at night. No more fumbling the moves, the sweet moves during the open like that. TR and R, perhaps pump and dump. Is KZIA worth it over 950? Is it worth the risk? Is it worth the risk? The breakout, not instant. It's fighting. It's fighting. We'll see what it does. I don't mind watching the dip if it does go. Can we see 10 bucks? Again, it's not an immediate pull away, so I'm back out. Will we have this candle close above this level? Back below 50 again. There's 15 seconds left in the candle. Might be fault. Yeah, looks like a false breakout. Is it worth the risk? There's another minute left in the candle. Looks like it's trying again here. Bit of a riskier entry. Okay. My share size is extremely small, by the way. Small size. Usually when we linger after a move down like that, we'll try again. But it's definitely, and there's a new candle already. I don't know. I'd say besides HSDT and VTAK, it's been a bust here. Time to go back to bed and wait for the open. It's still early though, there might be another stock between now and maybe 9 a.m. NAOV. For those of you who might have started trading the last 2 years, just like how these stocks are popping up every second in pre-market, this is how it used to be during the open like 2-3 years ago. Like you have a ton of stocks hitting the Hive Day scans, moving up. Nowadays, it's just gap scan stocks. If it's not already up overnight or pre-market, we're really and truly not seeing a stock from zero go up, as in like 0% on a day or versus yesterday's close. We're not really seeing a lot of those during the open anymore. Seems like companies are not releasing headlines as much after 9:30. We'll still see a few, but just not as many as we used to. If you're tuning in on YouTube, if you're tuning in where we have 300 wonderful people already, hit that thumbs up. Also, if you're new, subscribe to the channel. Pre-market, not quite my expertise, but giving it a go here. Looking forward to seeing some good action, hopefully before 9:15 a.m. KZIA coming back down. Yeah, NAOV not touching that one. VTAK looks good for the open if it continues this sideways channel. And then HSDT, maybe we'll see something there later. But VTAK looks good. During the open, I'll be using 30,000 plus size in that one. I'll be ready to go. Probably not right away, but a little smaller size first. But once we get into a groove on it, something that I've noticed with myself is that I'm not as aggressive as I was last year. Um, last year I felt like I traded with more. Do I want to say more of a purpose? I don't know if that's the right word per se. I definitely had a drive towards something very specific, like almost like a hatred of, like it's weird and a little hard to describe it, versus now I feel more calm as I trade. I think there's pros and cons to both. Um, but definitely with that mindset I was in, I think I just take on more risk and just be more aggressive. Which for this strategy is also, not a bad thing, especially if stocks are continuing. Like I was trading like a madman. Like, you go back and watch some of these videos, and it's like, whoa, this is this is. By the way, VTAK coming up a bit. This is a sight to see. Trading with a vengeance. Trading to destroy and conquer. The momentum this year has also been pretty subpar. It's also a big part of it. Hasn't been as good.
FMST.
Shout out to Zay, by the way. Zay, what I'll probably do is extend that offset maybe to like a full penny. Maybe like a full penny would work. I don't know. It might be a lot of slippage though in some areas. VTAK needs to just relax, go sideways, and then in the open, go crazy for break of one. As we saw from yesterday, it just really takes like a good couple of trades, especially if you start to size. Something that's been a trend here the last few weeks is the stocks at lows curling up aggressively and out of nowhere. Does it have what it takes here? We have sellers 78, not a ton, but couple sellers, couple of 20,000 share orders. Oh man, the wrong order entry right there. I'm gonna watch this dip. Not gonna get the fill. Well, bit of a higher volume drop off there. Do I leave on the scans till the open and come back, take an hour nap? That's what I'm thinking. Leave the scans on, take an hour nap, come back.
FSLR.
It's recovering off that pullback too, which is I would have never guessed. Even the dip down there, I was looking for just a center two pop. It's gonna go all the way back for the new highs, right up to 80.
BTAK.
Most impressive.
ETHU. ACHT.
Now what we need to do is not give another drop like that and hold up.
TNA. SOXL. ETHT. SMCX. QETS. SPYU.
84 for highs. Something more, something more.
FNGB. ETHU. HIMAUR. DB. NAIL. BTAK. BTAK.
It's a little tighter here compared to that massive drop we just saw. Like we're not seeing like a 3-4 cent pullback, at least not yet.
DB.
Okay. Bro, this warning will till the end of your log on session. Da, 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 da. Why would I even get this warning? 286 and my freaking hotkey didn't reset. Bro, this is a disaster, man. My share size in the depths here. I didn't realize my share size was still set to that amount. Jeez. that's just not good. I just had like 300 shares there. Full rookie at this rate. This is some full rookie trading. Hey, you gotta work out the kinks, right? The setup looks good. The setup looks good. If you're tuning in, be sure to hit that thumbs up.
SOXL. PDYN. SOXL. URTY.
Big Tim saying he likes the pennies here pre-market. Well, I'm just waiting. At this rate, I'm just waiting for the open. I need the open to come and give me a sweet 5K day.
ABGX. URTY. LABB. SOXL. NBIS. SOXL. ABGX. APLD.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick second to do something here. I'll be back in a sec. All right, sorry about that.
BTAK. NAOB. BTAK.
Now let me test out this hotkey here. Let's see. Let's just test it out. It doesn't matter the fills.
BTAK.
Actually,
NAOB.
will this work? No, it will not. Interesting. Okay. All right, I definitely got to do a little bit more playing around. Did I lose anything? Oh, I kind of lost something. I should have used a little smaller size there. Yeah, okay, I got to play around with that hotkey a little bit more. Also, best to use some smaller size. I mean, not big size, but still lost 2 cents. All right, let's see. Time 8:40. We got a couple minutes to the opening, about 30 minutes. I'll be sitting tight and waiting until it's go time.
BTHU. THT.
Ay, ay, ay. 80.
THU.
Wait. What wait, what happened just now? How much did I lose? I might have lost way more than I thought just now. Well, that's kind of what I get for just putting on a hotkey like that. Did I lose 7 cents there? Holy smokes. Oh my gosh. That's pretty bad.
NAOB.
That is the depths.
THU.
KZIA, kind of have it on the side here, but it's not doing much. Still choppy as ever. VTAK. I will be using more size today, as mentioned earlier, and yesterday, the day before. We've declared the drawdown over. And as long as the momentum is good, I know what to expect. I won't be using big size immediately, but if we see a good start, like if stocks are holding up, and if we continue, honestly, if we really and truly just continue with the trend of what we've been seeing, again, a lot of big moves are happening in like in a more low key area, right? Versus us
OSCR.
continuously trending up all the time.
CRWB.
I got a couple of DMs I got to reply to, by the way. My main account on the chat room has had some issues, so I missed a few DMs the last 2 days. HSDT back at 73. Yeah, so I'll catch up on those DMs. Over the weekend, I was like doing some back end stuff with my Discord and had some issues. But I honestly, it was, they restricted my account and it was like pretty good. Like like in terms of like their security stuff and things like that. So all my testing and all the things I was doing, kind of like my account got flagged. So it was pretty good actually. So I was like, wow, this system they have here is pretty powerful. All right, just waiting for the open at this point, as mentioned. Triad, are you still trading? Are you here? What I can also do in some pre-market sessions, I can jump into Gen 1 honestly and just kind of have a conversation with the entire chat room for all those people who are trading pre-market earlier. That could be something that I do too in the couple of days moving forward. KZIA right underneath 9. VTAK a little sideways. Losing 7 cents testing out that hotkey like that is pretty crazy work, man. Oh man. I was thinking, I mean, the size I had was actually pretty small size because to test out a hotkey with just like 200 shares on a stock like this is almost like pointless. If you're using smaller size like that in general, it's a different story. But during the open, I'll be using 40,000 shares in the stock. So just for like that perspective there. KZIA fighting for its life. The breakout over 10 could end up being pretty good. He's trying again. Is the 20th time the charm? I it's not the separation I would have expected. For the speed. Okay, there we go. That's better. Lower, lower. I was gonna re-average. Might not have been worth it. And I hit, okay, 23. Man, not the best entry here. It's a bit of a chase. We kind of botched that trade.
G. GD.
Okay. Will our 5 minute candlestick hold up? Time. We got half a minute left in the candlestick here. Will we be able to see a retest and potentially a new high?
NT bonus. PT unit. AP unit.
54 for a high. Bit of a double top right there. if it's gonna hold tight, it has to hold up right here. And guys, don't forget to hit that thumbs up as you're tuning in to the YouTube live stream. As you're tuning in, I've been muted. Yeah, I've been muted. What happened is I sneezed a couple times earlier and forgot to unmute. I was saying that on this pullback at 11, I had 600 shares, and then I'm in at 1107. It goes up to 1122. It's right back down, so I sell break even. And when it actually goes the second time, I didn't get back in. JZXN. Yeah, Tesla swing going crazy, right? What, like 328 I saw? Pastor slacked off on the Tesla swing again. Easy 10, 20. Well, not 20. What was that, like 10, 15%? Maybe a little more. Insane, man. And Trump and Elon in the same room right now, high-fiving. High fives, brother. High fives. My best trade was from 1070 to 1120 or 1115, I think. 1120, somewhere there. Those were at 1080. I think all of this is backside already. We gotta maybe wait for the open. Once this starts, that's it. Perhaps the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end. We'll see into the open. Hopefully, we can hold up, though. I mean, of course, we broke over the major resistance earlier, which was 980s. So I'm hoping this is the end of the move for pre-market, and then into the open after some more consolidation, it tries again. I'm actually going to restart my Thinkorswim here pretty soon. Is JZXN worth it? I mean, it's still pushing on the scans.
QBT.
So we had, besides this big tariff drop, right? We've had the United Health Group stock and then Tesla again right there. At least for the ones that I saw on my radar. This is going to be the first one that I'm going to miss. I also had shorted the SPY up at like 595 down to the 70s, low 80s.
QBT. IONQ.
All EXX as well. These are probably not going to be much. All right, my top three: KCIA, HSDT, and VTAK. I like to refresh my Thinkorswim, that way only the top three stocks are like saved in my recents. If not, it gets a little chaotic. I only want the best and then leaving the rest. Today I can feel the green coursing through my veins as we're getting ready for the open. I can feel the winning trades coming, the domination, redemption, the end of a drawdown, new highs. We're probably not going to respect any of these levels into the open, but we'll have a trend line or two. I'm going to check out the daily chart just in case there's some upside resistance. 1061, which was our 200. We've blown through the level here fairly easy pre-market. Now perhaps seeing some support. 1320 was the last candle. Let's see, January 30th, 20 million shares. We didn't quite get close to it. We're still $1 a share off, so what's hitting the scans? DPRO LEXX. For those of you in the chat room, what's up? Derek, Bob, AB, see you guys. Trevor's in the building as well. Matt, what's up? All right, I got my top three. I'm gonna just check out the daily chart and the other two, and I'll be good to go. I think HSDT will be my third string. VTAK will be right behind KZIA, probably going between those two. It does feel good to just come in and kind of, feel the pre-market action. My share size isn't like, meaningful size to really influence the day per se, but it still feel good to come in and just kind of, see the price action, see how things are moving, even getting used to hotkeys and just, going back into your account settings, kind of reconfiguring things. It's like a bit of a fresh pace. But man, you gotta shout out to the guys like Ross though, right? I mean, to come into pre-market like every day and then walk away with like 10, 20,000. I mean, You gotta, you know, there's nothing you can do but give the respect to those guys, right? Some of the other big YouTubers, I'm not sure if like they're all trading every day. Some people maybe their strategies are like switched up more long term. I don't know, but yeah, it's good to feel the price action here. HSDT, not much on the daily chart on this one. Not much. Perhaps room to three if it does get going.
THC.
And then VTAK daily chart. Any one of you guys still using eTrade Pro? Shout out to eTrade Pro and OG software here. The 200 EMA is saying about 117 or so. Was that about 116 on eTrade? And we did have a big move to 174 back in October of last year from 85 to 174. 116, 174.
RKLB.
In case the stock does get up here and we start to see resistance, you know, it's not going to be am I on the right one? No, I'm not. Jeez. Oh, let's get rid of that. There we go. I'm getting two different readings for the 200 EMA. Let's clear the drawing set.
RKLB.
It's not. I don't. This doesn't usually happen. So I'm getting 16. I'll put both 116 and then 153 on Thinkorswim for the 200 EMA. I'll put both. Not sure which one is the accurate one, but all right. And then 174. Hopefully this gets to like 150, 130, 120. That's kind of the trend here for these cheaper ones the last few days.
RKLB. NBTS. RGTX.
All right, we're looking good. The chat room is looking good. TR&R was mentioned. We're looking good. The chat room is looking good. The YouTube live stream is looking good. Perhaps I add this one to the list.
NBTS.
By the way, I do love this detailed watch list that we're seeing here in the chat from Absolute. We had a guy. Well, Anthony's still around. Shout out to him, right? He'd come into the chat every now and again. I would post some nice charts, and people at a certain point would start to say, like, I don't know, it became almost like a joke, right? Not the charts he's posting, but because it's like the triangular patterns he's looking for. And I'm like, you know, we're in a space where technical analysis and charting is like almost everything, and yet people somehow find a way to like, you know, find a joke out of this. It's like, how is that possible? You know, how? Anytime anybody is detailed about anything, I mean, that's, you know, that could only be good.
SAIO.
That could only be good. Tim, you and I both, brother. You and I both. Today it is time for winning. Today it is time for big green. Gotta manifest it. By the way, shout out to Wrong Bet. I'm not sure if he's watching today, but big shout out to Wrong Bet for getting over the $25,000 mark. He ended up going the funded account route and is trading a large cap strategy that is doing well for him. I wasn't able to respond to him in the DMs because my account was restricted, but I gotta make sure. Let me come back to his name and put it like this so I can come back and message him later. Yeah, big shout out there. Wrong Bet is one of the long time chat room members who's he's been around small caps. He's one of those guys that, kind of tried different strategies to see what would work and finally found the rhythm. I mean, that is just insane, man. Way to go. Those milestones like that, you never forget. Never forget. So we got VTAK with the pre-market high was 85.94. Low of our current consolidation, 73.22. I'm gonna definitely be watching this closely here. Will we be able to see another opening surge? Perhaps. Perhaps. By the way, where's Marcelo? Where's the mighty? I don't see him in the chat yet. Might be having some technical issues. Marcelo's trading from a jungle, man. He's trading from the jungles. And the woods. You guys know Marcelo loves camping, right? If you don't know, Marcelo loves camping. He even bought a massive, massive truck. That's a camping truck. And he's out there like chopping wood and stuff. Yeah, every now and again he'll send like a small clip to our private group where there's just like a couple of us. He'll send the video every now and again. I tell him, man, take some bear spray at all times. We don't need the mighty becoming an experiment here. Okay, we got 9 minutes to the opening bell. If you haven't had your coffee or your tea, be sure to do so. This is the last call. For the open, we must be ready. No distractions. No distractions. Absolute focus, absolute pace and power. We want to make sure we put forward our best effort. We want to make sure that we keep in mind all the small things. For me, that includes keeping my eye on the time, keeping my eye on the 5 minute chart as well, and understanding where we are and the best place to position myself for the upcoming trades. We want to be fast. We want to be quick. It's not a day to be hesitating and moving slow, but instead, we want to be precise, we want to be accurate, we want to be focused, locked in, and the moment we see what we like, as long as it's in line with what the setup is, with what our criteria is for the setups we love, that's a better way to put it. We strike. We don't wait a second. Gotta be gotta be fast. Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. We got Triad. Bid in the chat room. Are you Alfredo? If not, maybe you're someone else. I don't think you're Alfredo. I think you're someone else. If you are who I think you are, then you've came to a few of our study sessions via the Zoom classes. I think Marcelo's sibling has a similar name in his account. We got 7 minutes. 7 minutes to the opening bell. I can post the watch list again for the people now tuning in. There we go. Yeah, if you got a smaller account, the pennies can definitely be worth it. One man versus one bear. There was a guy named Bear that would I think that was his name in Man versus Wild. Man, I used to enjoy that show. He'd literally just drop in out of a helicopter in a snow glacier mountain or in the jungle somewhere and like survive for a couple days. No food, no water. Just a knife, backpack with some supplies, a tent, and a GoPro. There's some nice shows back then, man. I haven't been watching TV in like years, but Gold Rush was also pretty good for anybody who might have checked that out.
IINF.
Deadliest Catch, on the Discovery Channel, that was all right. Not really my favorite, but that was decent too. And you had a couple other shows. Surprisingly, American Idol wasn't bad. Yeah, you wouldn't expect someone younger to be watching those type of shows, but El Pastor had a little bit of a taste. 4 minutes till greatness. How are we doing on KZIA? By the way, I'm gonna make sure to go through and check my share size. Gotta make sure I cover all corners here early. I'm gonna go through, double check my share size, make sure that I'm looking good here. And all right. Is TR and R still holding up? Somewhat. Share size is set. Share size is set. VTAK coming down a bit. KZIA also similar looking chart here coming down as well. 2 minutes 30 seconds. Big Steve, what's up? Alice, what's up? I hope you guys are not now getting out of bed. I hope you've been here for at least the last 10 minutes dialing in the watch list. And Big Steve, before you asked, pre-market was decent. I did lose $100 testing out a hotkey. That was about it. But there were some good moves. Just pulled. It's the beautiful thing about day trading. Big Steve, one of the top traders in the chat room, saying he just got in 2 minutes ago and just pulled everything up. Now he's ready to go. No commute, no commute. Just straight to the computer. Hollis now grabbing the coffee, ready to go. Got the coffee locked in. Right now, nothing is looking great for an opening surge. In fact, we're seeing pullbacks. So perhaps the red to green, perhaps the bear flags, and then reversals. I don't want to be hasty to start if we're not seeing anything. I'll keep it tight, keep it on the sidelines, and then only when something starts to move and look really good do I want to get involved. So I can pull up VTAK on this side here. We got 29 seconds. Pretty open. Smaller size early, and then as we get into a good rhythm and we're seeing stocks hold up, I think that's where, of course, the size will come in and it'll make more sense. KZIA, low of 30, high of 1105. You gotta watch out for the spread on KCIA. 76 for VTAK. VTAK.
NAOB. BY.
Is it worth chasing?
BMI. TZA. TIJ.
Can we see the pullback before it goes? Can we see the pullback?
TIX 6 minutes and 35 seconds. CTXR. SNPX. BWR. OKYO. HSPT. JOBY. QMCO. THC. THC. NAOB. ABTR.
We do have sellers there.
TTI.
It's buying up the shares. Let's see.
TIAY.
Not an explosion over the level.
CTXR. SVRE. OKYO. HKPD. LLY.
I gotta bring down my volume a little bit.
NAOB.
I haven't really seen a proper pullback out of this push yet.
GTI. QTRX. BMR. BY. OKY.
Trying 6676 rather 76.
HSDT. LBWRDT. UNH. NAOB. VLB.
A new low right there.
QTRX.
We just gotta hold up the pullback and not sell off all the way. Can we hold up the pullback?
OKYO.
Oh, come on. The pullback looks like it might be Depsy.
KZIA. NAOB.
Well, it's worth a shot.
SFR. BULL.
It is right back down, right back down. KCIA, on the other hand, at highs, perhaps over 11 could be interesting. I'll come back to this other one in a sec. KCIA for now, trying. Trying to dip at 10.15. Can we see a balance over 40? Only a couple cents. KCIA also back down. So both of our stronger watch list stocks having trouble. HSDT did curl up a little bit. KCIA, I think it was worth checking that high of day breakout, but did miss the dip down here. I felt pretty confident, so I even added it 74 for the bounce, but no follow through. So from 81 to 68, pretty brutal. It needs to be stronger than this at the lows. We might have had a hidden seller 70 there. And these stocks are something else. Bro, what is this? Can I see? Okay, good. I don't know if I got the fill. I don't think I got the fill. Oh, this is a blasphemous price action. And you know what? The dip that I took at 70, if there weren't hidden sellers there, I would have held that trade too. And this might curl back up. This this might just curl back up. It needs to go over 80 and then squeeze out the short sellers. We need to get them The short sellers can get squeezed here. And we can see the halt up 92 potentially. Hmm, not good. Right back down. A little more of an aggressive entry there too. 7-6. KCIA is having a hard time. This one is still consolidating. KCIA could be good. It's basically moving like how we were moving in pre-market before we got the breakout. So it's choppy, but in due time, if it does get going over the level, it could become pretty interesting pretty quickly. So still watching, waiting. Don't forget if you're watching on YouTube, if you're tuning in, to hit that thumbs up. If you're a new viewer, consider subscribing to the channel. We do appreciate it. VTAK on watch, KZIA on watch. HSL, rather NAOV could be interesting. Let me just take a quick look here. VTAK. Willing to re-average and or add depending here. Looks like it's coming down a bit. 34. Okay. Some early resistance. No new high. Not the best fills there either. Not much as of yet. Not much. Will we see a move? NAOV, the obvious one here, but will it take off and open up? The halt is at 76, well, 71. If it, decides to do something impressive here. If not, it is the depths. BSGM. Is there like a penny stock moving? Is there? I'm gonna check the chats. NAOV giving a small pullback. QUBT. It's been pretty quiet so far. Definitely got to sit tight. Keep waiting. NAOV still fighting, still fighting. The new 5-minute candle is a minute 15 seconds. Quick push back to the highs here. We need to see this thing open up. Can we open up? We broke almost all the sellers there. Still nothing. And the fills are not the best. All right, I'll wait. It's just not enough. I'll wait for something else. Unless it just like takes off like a rocket ship. QSG. Where is the momentum? Don't forget to hit that thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube. We need NAOV to squeeze, rip to 60, 65, 70, halt up. Short sellers covering and bulls chasing and greed to take over. A frenzy. Okay, are we seeing a squeeze here? The halt is at 76. NAKA also hitting the scans. Yeah, Derek, man, we'd love to see something more out of the open here. We need to head down to the exchange and start protesting. Demand more volume at the open. Surprisingly, actually, at the close, you get a lot more volume. You wouldn't really expect that, but and it happens in like the last like 5 minutes of the day. All the massive orders go through. The volume like doubles, or at least half, maybe like 50% more volume. Five two. Are we coming down? It might be coming down. Battling for a couple cents there. Candle just has 20 seconds. I'm gonna try it one last time. Well, we got a heroic push at the end of the candlestick. Yes, we will. Okay. Now holding for 67, 67 and 70. Talk to me nice. Big Steve, where are those bulls? Where are those bulls? I sold just 1,000 shares. Still holding 1,500. Should I have sold everything? We're already back down to the lows. Can we see the continued push here? Watching and waiting. 57, 58. Do I hear 60, 61? There's something else hitting the scans here too. Let me see. Bro, it's like fighting for like pennies here. Like this QSM, QSM. We're having to fight for 1 penny at a time. QSG rather. QSG. Well, this doesn't really look that good. It's lighter volume. Okay, I'll keep waiting. How about KZIA? VTAK, not the best. KZIA, not the best. NAOV, a little lackluster. At this rate, we need Biden to come back, man. Trump for the large caps have been good, but the small caps have been a shell of its former glory. HSDT. HSDT. Maybe there's something here. I'm gonna actually jump in here. 500 shares, 68. Let's see if it keeps going. Couple cents stop, 3 cents stop. Will it keep going? It will not keep going. I'll be out for 1 cent loss. Or 3 cent loss, rather. Let's see how it does, though, over the next few minutes, and if more volume continues to get in. These stocks are so bad. That is not good. We're gonna get caught right there. It's time to not touch anything, man. We got caught pretty bad there for a full 10 cents. Come on, 1,000 shares. Not good. Not seeing much. Still waiting. NAKA. Just not a ton right now. Can we get over 75 here? I really would have thought VTAK would have done a little bit better to start, but man. Man, oh man, where's the momentum, man? For those of you who've traded last year, if you're new to the markets, you might not really see anything wrong with a day like this. But if you've traded last year and even early this year, I mean, even yesterday, right? I mean, we're still seeing good stuff, but this is like just this is insane. This is insanity here. KCIA, VTAK, NAOV. Not seeing a ton. We need the small cap algos to start pumping in cash. It's what it seems is as if cash is just being sucked out. We need these algos to be buying. We need more liquidity. And it's crazy because a stock like this literally has 6 million shares on one candle. And it just seems like nothing is happening. It's not really volatile. I mean, we've had two bigger pullbacks, but not ideal that we're pulling back below VWAP as well. OUST also a little bit more expensive. And then that Tesla dip, man, that Tesla dip would have been more than enough for the next 2 months. Pastor missed the trade. Maybe the next 3 or 4 months, depending on the size. It's just like small caps, right? Sometimes you can't really be too fixated on missing the lows. You'll never really get the exact bottom all the time. And something I got to do too when there's a stock in play, I actually have to put it on my small cap watch list. That way I can keep an eye because I would have had another chance to get in. But by the time I'm done trading the first 2 hours and I look, we already had the low and we're back up like 15 points, which is like, a little. Then you're like, man, what's going on here? So I got to be more proactive when those opportunities are around. Just have it on a side chart. Yeah, I think right now it's all about staying on the sidelines and waiting. It might take 20 minutes, it might take an hour, maybe till power hour, but more than likely we're going to get something good. But we have to wait it out and not force any trades here. Just got to keep an eye on the scans, keep an eye on the chat, keep rotating. Maybe a stock like KZIA might surprise us later. You never know. It is interesting though, right? I mean, pre-market, we felt as if there were moments where we felt a little slower, but you kind of had something. HSDT initially around 7:30, and then the first push KZIA. When VTAK came, I was in the bathroom, I think. That was around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Then KZIA again around 9. And here we are into the open. A bit of a slow patch here first to start, so we'll see. For the newer viewers tuning in, what's up? What's up? Just waiting patiently. Here's a bit of a spike to 180. The halt is all the way at 206. It's like if I took that aggressively, it would have been a 4 cent winner. And it's like, man, like is it worth it? We could have also, it's like a 1 to 1 too for to like struggle and pull back maybe 72, 73, 84, 85, back to 82. We need this stock to rip over 2, rip to 210. The grind of death. There's a bigger pullback. $63. And it did bounce up, but that's a pretty tough drop. Hopefully nobody got caught in that. But these stocks are just like a mockery of like what we know. Like this I shouldn't even be watching at this thing. This is just not what it should be here. So gotta keep tight, just waiting. There was talks about 'Is my mic muted? Goodness. Good thing I caught that because could have been muted there for 10,000 years. Okay, yeah, I'm saying there were some concerns about the 24-hour a day idea and how that could, affect momentum and the hotter times of day. We haven't even had that, but we're still seeing a bit of a shift from prime time going from 9:30 market time to about 11:30 to now let's say 6:30 a.m., 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Maybe it's now the hotter part of the day, but definitely sticking around for longer could make sense, being that you can be present for more opportunities. Maybe going till 4 p.m. will be worth it, right? Because even if there's one stock that comes randomly at 1:55 p.m., you're here to capture it, and you can that can potentially make your day. So we might have to switch up the schedule here completely. We still love to just trade the first 2 hours of the open, but if we got to be here from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., that's what needs to be done. Six p.m., 6 a.m., 6 p.m., 6 to 6, 12 hours. Like, what's this, man? The Open should be ashamed of itself providing stocks like this. And of course, I'm a little, maybe I'm a little dramatic here because we did see opportunities yesterday, the day before. It's been a little bit more sprinkled. Notice how the pre-market volume is somewhat equal, right? In terms of like the highest volume, the highest volume in pre-market was 6.8 million. Highest volume today, after the open, or let's say after the open, 6.7 million. Like since when? Since when? And this doesn't look anything close to the move in pre-market. Normally, we'll have like 10 times the volume at the open, or maybe like 5 times, even 3 times, 4 times. If we had high of day volume and pre-market be 6 million shares in one 5 minute candle, then at the open, 20 million shares is coming. Six to six, 6 to 6. It's why it is good though, when it's nice, when it's hot, you gotta pedal to the metal. You gotta go hard. That's kind of how I felt even after HSDT pre-market. When you got that sweet stock, you gotta size up aggressively right away and just lock it in. Guys, we have 640 people. I know some people have left out. It's a little slow. 640 people, but only 222 likes. Can we get up there to 427 likes? 427 likes. Is it possible? 427 likes for good old RT. We're now at 277. 277 and counting. No, I don't really go short. GameStop surprisingly actually did well the last couple of months. Not bad. AMC, how's this chart looking? You guys remember when AMC did that? Oh, actually, no, I can't even remember. I know they did something to try to raise money with like some sort of coin or something. Or was it? Was it? I don't think it was a coin. It was something else. I think they created like a class B of the stock, like something like that. They tried something new, but sometimes you gotta try something, right? Didn't quite work, but E for effort. BR less. BR less. There are some traders in the chat room who I haven't seen in like a year. People who've been doing well. I'm curious. Mine's looking less nice, Adam. Adam, are you referring to Thinkorswim? If you're referring to Thinkorswim, just go to the settings, the gear icon right here, and then you can go to appearance. And then in appearance, you can, fill your candlesticks, stuff like that. Get rid of the grid. The grid down here, I despise. And you can configure it to your liking. I'm already getting hungry, man. I ate a pretty bad breakfast. No protein. There was can you guys imagine? So I went down there to cook something, right? There's a massive, massive. Just imagine the biggest pot you have in your house. This pot is filled with curry. They're cooking curry. It's like 6 a.m. I'm like, whoa. Some curry and roti for those of you who are familiar with that dish. Massive, massive. Probably getting cooked for some sort of something. I don't know. It's not pretty healthy though. Tastes good, but not super healthy. And AKA just a bunch of stocks that are like not stocks I trade. KZIA, our last hope. How's it looking? The good thing about the open of the past was the reliability, right? How consistent it was in offering, even if it was just one good stock, even for just 5 or 10 minutes. This thing of having to be here all day, I don't really like. It'll be worth it, but I don't love it because it feels like time is just going, right? Like I might wait 5 hours for one move at 2:45 p.m. It'll be worth it, right, to catch that move. But it's like, man, that 5 hours could have been me doing something else. But that's what's required to catch that move. It starts to feel like an actual job. Versus, hey, 2 hours, the first 2 hours is gonna be good all the time. You're here, boom, 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 and then just go do whatever the heck. If you miss something throughout the rest of the day, then like Marcelo and I were talking, and it's like, I was telling him he could have made an extra like 400,000 last year if he stayed every time, like every single day, and because he would have, Marcelo is so consistent. He doesn't fumble opportunities often, right? So for every time there's a move, he would have caught it, and that's the amount of money. I mean, is $400,000 worth it? Yeah, you can't argue with that kind of money, right? So it's like we have to just decide what's best for us and just do it. You gotta just decide. Averaging down, something I don't do. Um, there's there's averaging down and there's scaling in. I like to put it as two different terminologies. Averaging down, in my opinion, is buying the stock lower past your stop loss versus scaling in. Let's say there's a support zone of about a 50 cent range. Let's put a price on it. Let's say 8 by 750 is support. You have that mapped out as your support. And you took a starter at 801, and then maybe you added at 780, and then maybe you added again at like 760, and you're building to your full size. I wouldn't really look at that as like averaging down per se. It's more so you just accumulating a position, scaling into a position, versus if you're buying past your stop loss, hoping the stock curls back up. Massive, massive difference. I think everybody should be accumulating and scaling in depending on how they're looking to take on the trade. But averaging down and buying past a stop loss or a max loss is just too risky. There'll be a day where it bounces up and it saves you and you feel good, but it's a bad behavior being rewarded, and then next time you try it again, and then this is what the market does to you. It goes like this. We've buttered him up to make him feel good about doing this bad behavior. And then the moment you feel comfortable to keep buying, 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 the stock never bounces. Secondary offering. And then a stock that was at $8 is now at 40 cents getting delisted. Like I've spoken to students, so I've had students who've like showed me stuff. Like there was one student in particular who they were in and down like $5 a share. I told them to just sell the position. It was like a $7,000 loss, which it doesn't feel good to realize the loss, but you got to do the right thing, right? I mean, continue to practice, continue to improve, and get to the other side trading the right way, and a $7,000 loss becomes nothing, especially once you start to size up. That will be one good day. Ask Lucas, ask Dash, ask Big Steve, Beam, ask Alice, ask any one of these traders here in the chat, D Trades, ask Cactus Rob, the list goes on. Oren also, right? NUWE, Big Steve. Bro, I see. Why can't none of these hit the scans, man? Now I feel like a moron here talking. Bro, this is like this is not good, man. And now I'm coming at all the way at freaking 40 cents. How long ago was this mentioned? 2 minutes ago in the chat. Maybe the YouTube stream mentioned it a while ago. Bro, how do I not see a stock like this for and this is all the way up here? Unacceptable. Usually these would hit, especially in pre-market even, these will hit the scan here. Man, this could, it's just tougher to buy here because it could be backside. But I'm going to size down a really small size just to get my feet wet here in case it does keep going. And we get like a 3 bar play here. NUWE. And thanks, shout out to Big Steve there for the call out. So watching, we got 37, highs of 41. Trying to break out at 41. Our candle went from red to green. We didn't quite get that 3 bar play set up. It's quick reversal. Man, I gotta set up my DAS high-low ticker. I think I could catch these stocks earlier. And this could, just like that, you're up nicely on the day. 1032. Volume really started to hit 1034. 31 to 43. I wonder which student has made more. I don't know, actually. Jackson also, shout out to Jackson. And Jackson took like a 6 month vacation. I gotta talk to him, see how that was. I'm so used to being here that I don't know if I could go on vacation for that long. 38 for the lows here, 38. I'll size up slowly. No need to be super quick to it. All the way up here. Can we get over 43? Four, 4, 4, 3. Come on, give a sweet dip. Sweet dip. It's like this grind that's a little bit better for the longer hold. If this is how the first push was, I don't know if it would have been that great. We're moving up, but it's a grind up here. Hmm. Sometimes you just gotta buy and put a stop in place. Can we see over 52? It's pulling back. 48, 47. Pretty tight again. There's a new candle on the 5. Hmm. All right. Double top. Oh, it's like going up in like the lamest way possible, man. And just so the halt is at 60. Maybe it gets halted up. Maybe it gets halted up. That could be good. Now it's 62. Horrendous, Phil. Horrendous. It seems like we're still in the uptrend, but it's having a little bit more trouble here, though. The grind, the slow grind, continues. 52 by 58. The halt is at 66 now. It's moved up. No bounce. 49. And 47. KZIA. Holy smokes. Yes, yes, yes. KZIA. At long last. Ready to save this day and take us to greatness. Two minutes to KZIA. 2 minutes. KZIA will be the stock here. Okay, okay. KZIA coming up. KZIA. We had resistance up at 1120, 200 at 1061. All right, we're showing 1067. Here we go. KZIA coming up. Looking for the dip and rip. No fear, no hesitation. Dip, 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 dip. Oh my god. No fear, man. And second resumption coming up. KZIA. Not giving an entry there. Four more minutes. Bro, I already switched over to my big hotkey because I'm like, with that type of resumption, I'm not taking small size. I'd rather go for it. And then it's already up into the new highs. Man, that if we could have had that pull back in there, that could have been massive, massive. This is where we played a video of Tim saying 5K size. Make Steve send it. Send it for the team. NVDA mooning. Meg, oh wow. Way to go. 992. Insane. Two minutes, 16 seconds. A minute 34 seconds. Is there an offering? Potential of an offering? Bro, oh my gosh. Oh, this bit, bro. Come on. We need to see one hurrah here to 15 before they pull the plug on this thing. It's showing 1180, 1185, 1180. 10 seconds, KZIA. Showing 1180. Dip, 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 dippity dip. Taking it again, again. My fill is not the best. Sizing down, protecting the sweet gains. I should have made way more money. I had a big size, well, not big size, but 1,600 shares. Should be up at least 1,000 there, man. What is this? Trying one more time. And it is not gonna go. Time to ease off and size down more and wait. Golly, man, bro, where was my fills? 84 to 1204. That's trash, man. That's not even worth the trade right there. And then I got 84 instead of 12 on the other one. There's that trade. I don't know if I like it because I would want to be selling at like 12, 30 minimum. We didn't retest the high on the bounce. We only got to like 12.10 or maybe less. So instead of getting the extra 30, 40 cents, I've only made 20 cents on that trade. Making 20 cents in that type of environment is like not good enough. It's too much risk for just making 20 cents alone. And there's a risk of a secondary offering, by the way. Doesn't mean that they've pulled the plug yet. And it's like this man. If the first haul didn't have to do that nonsense and just keep going, if we could just get the entry. And I know I'm complaining, which isn't good, but what to expect out of this resumption? I'm gonna stick to really small size. I think there could be a bounce. There could be a bounce. There could be a bounce. It's a slow day already. I've sized down tremendously here. And these the stocks like this we need to be up 5,000 on these moves. If there's a trade in that first resumption, and then there's a secondary trade, the size is gonna come. I'd use like 4,000 shares in a stock like this. The risk is tremendous because you're probably gonna be up or down 4,000. But if you're gonna go for it, you gotta go for it. But just be ready for the risk though, in case it doesn't work. You can be down in the blink of an eye. For those of you who've been here over the years, you guys have seen us. We've had some good showcase. Man, I speak English my whole life and I still can't talk. And we've had some, not so good showings, right? We've had good showings and then we've had showings where we've completely gotten punched in the mouth. But overwhelmingly green in these type of stocks. Some of the crazier days for me, like days where I started up 5,000, back to flat, and then finish up like 12,000. You always want it to be more linear, but sometimes, with that size, if you just get caught in one bad area, that can do it to you. NUWE, KZIA, a minute 15 seconds. From 1286 to 1069. It might be an insta buy on a resumption, but the risk will be there. I think it might be an insta buy on this resumption. But if it dips first, that's even better for the entry. Big Steve is getting ready to insta buy. Big Steve. 16 seconds. Do I dare insta buy? 8, 7. Here we go. Oh, I got 74. I tried selling at 90. So that was a good setup. It was a good setup. Small size. Not bad. See, the problem with me now is sitting here. So again, sitting and waiting for an opportunity like this is making 600 bucks right there worth it. The answer is yes. But now to sit here till 4 p.m. and have to wait for one more something like this is just, man, it is tough for me to do. To sit here for another 7 hours and just, wait for one or two opportunities. It seems inefficient time wise. And if those two opportunities come, you best not mess up on any of them because then, you know, you're gonna go mad. Hmm. And that has to be for international clients because my Thinkorswim is working like normal here. Man, time to wait another 8 hours for one move. Pre-market, I have to use massive size, massive size. I need at least like on a stock like HSDT today, like at least 4,000 shares, to like have a solid day. We did lose on VTAK 387. That complete. I don't know, man. I thought the stock was tough to trade. You gotta really catch these bottoming wicks, though. If you're missing these type of trades like this, we did have this massive red to green right here as well. So we were down like 150 bucks, 200 bucks, I think. Actually, we gave back on something. Okay, we gave back on HSDT. We were up 177 on that one, and we got caught into a flush. So we're probably down like 350 then. Maybe more? I don't know. Man, I gotta wait patiently. I've made good money. Like I wouldn't need to work for like 5 years, right? I wouldn't need to work for like 5 years or more. I don't know, but can we see something, right? Like seeing stuff like this is just so. What's the word? I don't want to sound like doom and gloom here. And I know we just literally had hot stock yesterday. Okay, maybe I'm doing too much complaining. Yeah, maybe I'm doing too much complaining. I mean, we literally had a hot stock yesterday, so we can't be mad. We've had a hot stock at least once every week, which is more than enough. And then if you stick around, you get the chance of getting another hot stock. Can't live in a bubble, but instead have to venture out and do all the necessary things to capture the opportunities. More aggression pre-market, better hotkeys, better decision making, better execution, sticking around throughout the open. But these slow times, I can't help but think, like what a normal life would look like if I'm to be working like a normal job or something, like what that would be. It almost feels like I know this will sound weird. It almost feels like I miss some aspects of it, but then you go back and you do something and then you hate it. And it's like, man, the market is the absolute best job slash field slash career that you could possibly ask for. There are risks, but there is no place better to be than the markets. The greatest accumulation of wealth in the world. Even just yesterday, Tesla giving an opportunity for large caps. Just insane to think stocks like Nvidia down at 85. We did a good job getting in. But it's insane to think that this stuff was like just a couple weeks ago. And it's insane, even more insane to think that these companies that are so big can still give you a 50% return in a matter of weeks. You'd think, man, maybe at best you'll get 5, 8%. But massive, gigantic companies can still give 50% moves in weeks. And it's like, wow. The large caps, man, definitely something to explore once you have a little bit of extra income on the side from your day trading or whatever else, maybe other income outside of the market. VTAK. This just bounces in the most random of areas. Where's Dynamo? Dynamo long 500k shares down there, 56. I think I will leave. I want to take a break and come back, but I might just leave and come back maybe after the live stream, if anything. I'm getting fatigued here from sitting too long, standing too long. KCIA, how did it finish up? Still looking pretty depsy. I think that'll do it, man. I think that'll do it. VTAK, yeah. The problem with a stock like VTAK for me is that where this move happens here, like let's pull it up, right? Where this move comes in is just in a place where I'm not really looking at the stock at all, you know? It's still a bull flag. It's still curled up. It's a nice move. But typically I'm not watching the stocks closely in an area like this. So by the time the first green candle happens, I'm like nowhere to be found. Even if I pull it up into the second green candle, it's hard to jump in. William, what do you do for work, William? I think that's in relation to the conversation there earlier. Do a side hustle. You guys know I have like 6 or 7 streams of income, right? But you can't go wrong adding more. You can't go wrong adding more. They say the average millionaire has like 6 to 8 streams of income. So once I heard that like a couple years ago, I was like, okay, time to get busy, time to get dialed in. I also used to throw some very lavish parties here in New York City. I mean, you wouldn't believe it. Like, I even can't believe it. You know, you think, I mean, it's just as insane as I am as a trader, right? To say that. I used to throw some pretty big events, like 400 or 500 people, and these events would do pretty well. You know, maybe at some point I do it again. I think if I do it again, I'll be better doing it now, and I also have more capital now. There are risks in every business though, but you know, that was a good time. You had people collecting their money from the pandemic, this check, you know, and when you don't have to work for the money, it's easier to spend it, right? General admission tickets, $30. Although we'd get a lot of cash at the door for like entry, right? People come in and then they have access to the event space along with other things that are being sold inside, including rum, of course. The champagne, the big seller, the champagne and the Hennessy, the two big sellers. MFI. I've actually, I mean, I don't know how I would like rate how much have I, how much I've done to this point. I've done a couple of different businesses. I've done YouTube too in a different way than this. I've done YouTube in a whole different way. In fact, before I really started to blow up here, I had to take down all that stuff that I used to do because it's different. It wasn't bad. It's just different, you know. The past store is more professional these days. Okay, I think I'm gonna shut it down. I think this is it. VTAK fighting for its life. KZIA. Yeah, I'm gonna be out of here. Out like South. Time 11. My sibling, I gotta go get him soon. And these guys, their last week. I gotta go pick him up. They're having half day or something like that. The last days of school is supposed to be the best time, but they're out of there early. So yeah, I think I'll shut it down here. Maybe KCIA could recover, but I think I'll just lock it in. This I wanted this stock to go because I needed to redeem myself after the nonsense of giving back that 500. That stock that we had, was it yesterday or the day before? That stock was so good. Like to lose on a stock like that is a crime. So I was hoping that this one would be strong at this like, $10 price. So I could finally get a chance to like just go crazy. Sometimes you gotta look in the mirror and say, I'm done with losing. Like I'm done missing moves. It's like through and through the entire thing. From that dip at 12, I knew I should have been in. That dip at 12, I should have been in. I think we had a low of 1177. We already proved the double bottom right there. I should have been buying like a madman with just a stop in place. What is it to risk 50 cents to make $2 50 cents a share? Great risk to reward. I needed to be in there like nobody's business instead of just being so soft on the sideline. So that, like just thinking back, I didn't even need to look at the archive because I remember it so clearly. So I'm just hoping to get the chance to just size up in a position like that to just go for it because that's what made us who we are. If you lose, then no problem. You lost trading a good setup, but to then fumble the trades going up, nah, man. But anyhow, so that's gonna do it. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel tomorrow again. You guys can always check out the links down below. Check out the links for the scanner here. Day Trade Dash, the scanner we've been using here the last couple weeks. I still do have a special place in my heart for Momo Pro, right? For Momo Pro. But we've been using this one here, and I'll say it. I think this one is a little bit better. It's more expensive. It's definitely more expensive, but it is better. And so I think it's up to the audience to then decide what will make the most sense for them, where they are, their budget, etc. Right? This one has a better kit when it comes to pre-market, especially with the high of day scans. The running up scan and the high of day momentum scanner works well. It shines bright in pre-market. However, during the open, we are still missing small stocks like NUW. What was the name of it? NUWE. New Wells Inc. We did miss this one, so there's room for the scanner to be better. Um, but it really shines in pre-market. XTIA. XTIA. How are we looking? Yeah, this one is $200 a month. Momo Pro $30 a month. And there are some other scanners on YouTube and so forth. If this halts up 80, it could be interesting. How's the price action? There's 80, 89 to halt up. Maybe it gets locked in here. Now we're talking. Now we are. Oh, false halt. And that was like another 3 seconds to lock in. And I want to see more volume. The volume seems a little light, actually, all things considered. Not bad last candle, though. 480,000 shares in 1 minute. Yeah, the pullback could be nasty when it comes, which is why the halt up would be good here if it happens 510. We haven't had a red candle. Yeah, we were 3 seconds away from that halt up, and then some selling came in. Will we see a bull flag? I'm not super interested in trying to get this dip because it's the first pullback. But if we're to get some sort of bull flag here in consolidation for a second leg, could be good. But gotta wait. Maybe I get this chair out of here. Ay, ay. It might need a good 2-3 minutes more. Another 5 to 8 minutes more, actually, 5 to 8 minutes to see how this might play out here. Over 98. Okay, forget another 5 to 8 minutes. Will we see a dip before the halt up? Halt up 27. I'm rooting for it to get locked in. Can we get locked in? There's the halt level. But do we have enough buying here? That was a pretty good red to green. Didn't expect to see anything yet, but you know, it's right back up. Halt level now 37. We're not seeing a pullback here in this move up either. From 63 to 540 almost, no pullback in there. Just straight up. Halting up again. Looks like it'll get locked in this time. Okay, okay. Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. I'm very skeptical of these pullbacks because we're seeing stocks just sell right back off. So I'm like not even trying to, look at it really. Just full hands off. It's good to see the 1 minute candle to make the new high held up here though. Over 480. There was a bit of a churn there. I think I saw 84, then 78 again, then it went. It's showing sideways resumption. That curry is calling my name. Triad, you still here? I wonder how's that latency. You got one of the chat room members here trading all the way from Thailand. Also, isn't it like midnight over there or something? In Indonesia. It's 10:30 p.m. How's the latency? Are you still able to hyperscalp like a madman? It's crazy how you can really do this thing anywhere, as long as the internet is like decent. I probably would be in South America a lot more if the internet there was better where I'm from. If the internet there is good, yeah, and maybe I need to put in the work to get a place with really high speeds, but it's pretty depsy. Especially trying to live stream. Twin, don't worry, I can FedEx you a plate. Same day shipping. If you got a Caribbean restaurant near your place, just walk in there and say you need an order of curry and roti. They'll hook you up. Minute 27 seconds to go. This is what happens when I eat a very light breakfast. I'm already hungry. It's 11 o'clock. But the hunger will not stop the gains here. Hunger will not get in the way of greatness. 1 minute. We're at 5:37. Resumption showing 5:47. 10 cents higher. So quick pullback. And right up. Daily chart looks pretty decent too. 25 seconds. We're at 550. The resumption is showing 554. We're at 537, so it looks like it'll be higher. Can we see the dip and rip in 10 seconds? No fear, no hesitation. Dip, dippity dip, dippity dip, dip, dip. Oh, I could have chased it 90, but I didn't want it. I didn't want to. And so it opened up 55 or so, and we only saw 50, the lowest. If you're being aggressive, you could take that, but the risk is you could be in 50, 55, and then that pullback comes, maybe like 20, 520, 510. So this one is pretty strong. I'm going to look at the second resumption here. As long as it's not 3 halts up in a row, I'll be fine. Second halt resumption. Will we see a proper pullback this time? And it's showing 647 resumption. About 45 cents higher. I could have chased through 86. Yeah, I probably would have been in at 90, out at like 601, maybe 98. Not really, not really a big trade, just a couple cents. There are days in the there were let's say there were days in the past where I would buy 50 and just take, it's a massive risk. But you got to really, it's like a 50-50 trade at that point, because the setup is to really wait, for that proper entry. But if you can recognize whether there's a hidden buyer or not, and you try to go for it right away, it could pay off. In which case, you could be in 50, 55 and out around 95, or out at 6, or maybe holding into the next halt up again. So I've took those trades, and it played out in both ways already, right? Where it went up in a nice move, a nice trade, and you also buy 55 and you're selling at 510, and you're like, man, why did I do it? But in a drawdown, in a market where it's been a little bit more tough, I think it's best to just take the absolute best setups. When everything is working and stocks are just going, 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 you can try a thing or two, right? Kind of take a chance, if you want to say, just because the wind is to our back. Resumption now showing 624. Jackson, I just got 1,800 shares. Honestly, I had bigger size, like closer to 4,000 for like the second trade, but I'm probably not going to size up because of how extended it is. But we'll see, because sometimes they'll go straight up, three halts up. I mean, if we get a good entry and there's a chance the second trade looks really good, I might size up 3,500, 4K. If not, just 1,800. Marcelo, Tim, they might have like, 3K, 2,500 shares base, maybe like 8K, 6K, all depending on how aggressive you want to be. I'll do that too in a better, you know, in more of an uptrending equity curve. Watch, once we get back to some hotter markets, man, I'm gonna be the pioneer of size, right? On this resumption like this, 9,000 shares. Ready to risk it all. I'll be the pioneer of size. 15,000 big size, 9,000 small size getting in. 15 seconds, we're showing 624. Here we go. Can we get a dip? Anything. Anything. Any dip. Any dip. Oh. Oh man, there's barely anything, man. Any dip. No dip. Just unbelievable it goes up like that without anything. I'm actually size down and wait to see if we start getting more of a setup. A flag, a consolidation, a pullback, anything. Break of 7. The only next place, but again, we haven't pulled back. There are sellers here. It's gonna get through. I'll give it a try here. It's halting up again. False halt. In a market like this, we're seeing a stock be this strong, not even giving the dips, man. It's insane. 40 was a little close. I did try 40, but it looked like it was gonna come down. Jeez Louise. It's not the third halt up straight. Right? We didn't just halt up, halt up, halt. There was a little bit of action in there, but here we are halted up again. We've now went from 4 to 750, which means there's going to be more risk. That's right, more expensive in price. So best to put away that 4,000 share position we had. Bring that down to just 1,500. Time like this, if we caught a couple dipping rips, we're already up 3K, and just say, easing off smaller size as it keeps going. But staying active to give yourself a chance in case it does, continue. Because again, sometimes they'll go all the way to like 15 like this. Usually you'll know the top when you either get the first small haircut or if there's just an obvious rejection. Right now, it's not showing any signs of slowing down. Looking at the daily chart, we are coming close to a gap fill though, which will be worth keeping an eye out for. That is 8:30. It's showing 7:40 resumption. No dips is a slap in the face, but all part of the deal. All these trend lines here are obsolete. That lets me know this one has had a couple of reverse splits. Looks like they had a 1 for 250. Goodness. Or just delist the company at that point, man. How low was this thing? Was it down at like 1 cent? Man, that is brutal. Well, at least they're doing well today. What's up? 140%, they're making some money. They're making some money here. If I have clearance to sell as like, someone on the board in a company, like, I mean, I guess it depends on if you really believe in the company. If not, I'd be dumping my shares right here and celebrating. And I guess it also depends on where the actual stock price is now relative to all the splits. Probably still in the red. Let me see. We had a one, two. Well, I mean, technically, it is the third halt in a row here, so the risk is going to be extreme. I'm going to size down to half the size I was going to use. Just going to come down to just 400 shares. Is it worth even giving it 400 shares, or is it better to be hands off here and perhaps wait for a pullback? Wait for a massive flush out. It's hard to say because again, we could just keep going. We'll have to use our best discretion. If there's a sweet dip and rip and it continues into another halt up again, could be possible. But I'd say if we're not holding up the first dip, it's probably going to come down more aggressively to a halt down or something. Here we go, 739. I'm not insta buying it. 660, 670. Okay, it did hold. Tight stop here. Oh, okay. I will get caught. All right, hands off. So again, if it doesn't hold up that first dip, I want to watch out for the halt down. And there's the halt down. That was good. Only one trade should be taken there for me. And if we don't hold that bottom, you gotta watch out. Risking 16 cents for the move back over 7. I'm gonna get caught with some slippage though. An extra 5 cents of slippage. Not too bad. So now this is where it looks way better. It looks way better here now. I think that trade there though is worth it just in case we do happen to hold tightly and again maybe this thing goes up to 12, 14 before it really stalls out. And what that trade does, so let's assume it gives the dip and rip all the time here, right? What that trade does, it gives you like a foothold, right? You're kind of still in the fight. You're still in the dance with a small size position. And if it does happen to be the bottom right there, then you can, if you want to add or if you just want to hold it to see it into the next halt up again. So in a good market condition, a stock like this is able to hold up after another, move down. In this market environment that we're in right now, are we going to be able to sustain another, dip and curl to a red to green? I'm not going to have high of day as the expectation, but some sort of bounce. If not, sometimes we can just see Christmas tree right back down. So again, you got to be careful of the risk. Not a place for me to be trying to use the big size at all. So sticking to small size. I'll definitely probably insta buy. I'll probably insta buy here, as risky as that sounds. Risky business. Not financial advice, of course. Day trading. There are some people that they hold some positions so long intraday that they're, and they take so much size that they could be up half a million, sometimes 2, 3 million in one day. And this is not even with options, just outright stocks. It's pretty crazy. To be able to take massive size and hold What allows us to take massive size at this type of strategy is that our exposure to risk is limited, right? Because of the time we're in the trade, which is typically just a couple seconds, maybe a minute or two at best. Some traders, they kind of hold through certain pullbacks. Definitely a bit of a different trade style. But there are pros and cons to all, right? KZIA, Melvin. We got 42 seconds. XTIA. Well, these people, it's not to like talk bad about what they're doing because some of them are doing extremely well, right? Um, but like I'm saying, a different style, longer holds. You kind of have a guy like Ross, which he'll hold for a few minutes at a time. The hyper scalping, what we're doing, we're more so a couple seconds at a time, more trades. Swing trading also has good potential too, but again, the risk is always there. So here we go. Oh, it's 10 minutes. And I'm probably not going to insta buy because it's not as low as it was showing. It's a little higher now. No showing now. Now showing. Man, being for me to be up 3, 4, 5, 6,000 is just the difference is literally just getting the entry in every one of those setups. Because if once the first one works, I'm gonna size up, and then setup number two, setup number three. Time like now, we're sitting up 7,000 on the same exact stock if the entries are there, and maybe one small trade here with small size, and then we're out of here. The money can come with size, but the risk is also there. If you're somebody who's making 70 bucks a day, if you can get over that mental hurdle of size, then on the other side of it, one time I had Triad ask me, RT, you were up 400 on the day. This is like at 2 p.m. one day, right? And there's a stock like this actually that came. And he's like, what gave you the confidence to take the size that you did to then be up 3,500 in just one trade? You know, how are you looking to manage risk considering that you might not want to go back to flat or to red? And it's like, man, it's just a matter of the setup being good and me going for the trade and being able to live with the result of if it doesn't work, right? Because when a trade doesn't work, what reassures you, right? What gives you confidence is the fact that it was a good setup, right? So any trade that's a good setup that you take, even if you end up losing on that same trade, it's just part of the business. But when it comes down to the size aspect, we all have to think about how much we can make, how much we want to make, and also how much we're willing to lose if it doesn't go the right way. And so if you're up 70 bucks on the day and you're not willing to lose $70, but maybe you're willing to lose 30, then you're using a share size that's appropriate for that, right? For what you think the risk might be. But if you're thinking, I mean, this is where the experience also comes into play, or if you're like in a place where you're doing really well and looking to expand your comfort zone, you kind of have to think about it, right? How much would I like to make in a scenario where this A quality setup looks really good? And how much am I willing to risk? So when I had that massive trade of 10,000, and then like the day was like an 18K day, on you got to know, in those type, and that was like a bull flag breakout. On that day, it's like you have to know, and I know to myself, I don't know how much I'll lose per se, but the setup is there. I'm in 13,000 shares. If this flushes down 60 cents, then hello 7K red trade. It's really the same thing, right? But the mentality is what's a little different in terms of how much you're willing to risk, right? Your exposure to risk. Because when you do mentally feel comfortable, it's the same effort as buying 70 shares versus 7,000 shares, mentally and physically. But it can take time to get to that place mentally, especially if the first time you do it, the trade is a loss. Then it feels a little bit more tough, but you got to try it again. 16 seconds, not going to insta buy here or showing 570, but I'd love to see a little more of a pullback here. Looking for just one trade again. If not, I want to ease off. Will we see some more weakness before a potential bounce? Mm, we kind of held up that resumption price. All right, so no trades here. Hands off for now. Again, we could see Christmas tree. If not, maybe there's something here eventually over time on a bear flag. Maybe it even makes a couple more new lows, but this could be backside. Could be vicious backside. So hands off, sidelines. I haven't seen this setup work in like 2 months, so it'll be interesting here to see how this plays out. Like consistently, I haven't seen it work consistently in like 2 months. No, it's not ready yet. Not quite. There's also a 10,000 seller at 10. Okay. And this is for the high side of this range. I'm gonna try it again. Uh, how far will we go though? Can we see 35, 40 out of it? Only 30. Okay, 37, 40, 46. Okay, okay, okay. Good, good. So what this is telling me is the stock could potentially curl back up. We could end up mooning here. I'm going to start watching pullbacks with a little bit more size, being that it's confirming. What we don't want is a retest of the absolute lows. Dang, I got 22 after buying lower. Come on. It's like that. It's like that almost doesn't work in this market anymore, where you try to get in a little lower and you kind of get cooked. All right, it's coming down. All right, that was worth a shot. So again, what we don't want is the pullback to the absolute lows. The pullback is to be expected. We're gonna pull back to the lows. Probably worth still keeping an eye on just in case for the next couple of minutes. But if it sells off here, I am out. The beginning of the setup, very promising, but the pullback, not so much. So as I mentioned, I haven't seen this setup work consistently in like 2 months. It's worked a couple times here and there, but there are markets where this works like clockwork. This type of dip here. If it ends up flushing out, there could be an entry, especially if it doesn't like haul down right away. That's always possible. If it ends up titanicking, but the haul down is kind of close though. Maybe it does haul down if it crashes. It's at 47 the halt down, which is just 40 cents away. Not much room. I'm not interested in the double bottom here really. Some people might like it, but I'm not interested. It could work. It's possible. Double bottoms, higher lows, things like that here. Could work. I just think the sentiment might be a little on the other side. So I'd rather just trade the uptrend closer to the high. But it could work. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, to hit that thumbs up. And if you're a new viewer, consider subscribing to the channel. The halt down is one a little lower. So watching to see if it does pull back hard. There's a small bid here, 40, well, big bid, 40,070. And those shares are filled. Come on down, the price is right. Hmm. These lows are holding up for now. See, I could be in there. I could be in there 70, maybe 74. I was looking for that flush out. It's gonna curl up nicely. I don't know if this has what it takes though to propel us up to then 640. $22. Indecision around 6. So that was a bit of a breakdown and reclaim there. Not a bad place, but the halt down did move lower. The flush out held up. There was a bid at 70, 40,000. This might take a long time here. And I got to go. I gotta go get this guy from his school. Maybe a quick lunch before I go. Definitely a stock to keep an eye on though, just in case. I don't know if it's likely. I wouldn't say it's likely because of the markets that we're in, but it's possible if it, holds up long enough. Sometimes you can come back later in power hour and these are the stocks that are retesting the high sometimes. It's holding above VWAP for now. Could end up being one massive flag here. All right, I'm gonna go get some lunch quickly and then I gotta hit the road. So it's a flat day. So far, so good here this week. Keeping it tight today. Um, Pre-market wasn't too bad. HSDT was a nice stock pre-market, although we needed to be using bigger size. I think we probably could have had like a really solid day just off that one alone. KZIA around 9 a.m. Not bad. Then after that, KZIA halt up, not bad. And then I think other than that, VTAK, some people might have liked this one, but for me, just not a ton. XTIA, perhaps the strongest one of the day. Sadly, it gave no entries for the 3 halts in a row that we had over here. I did see it coming into 580 area, 570, 560, or let's say 460. Didn't trust this pullback. It ended up going up. I think this is probably one of their bigger missed opportunities here. I didn't trust it at all, and it held up and did well here. If not the low, the 1 minute candle to make the new high could have been worth it. And that, led to the 3 halts up. After that, we had to pull back. So again, it could do something, but we'll have to see. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some lunch and then quickly head out. Catch you guys later. Stay safe, stay green. Hit the thumbs up, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Time to go. Okay. Let's see. Boom, boom.